Hello everyone, welcome to another stream. How are we doing? Hey there Ansel, how you doing sir? Almost 7 here, already dark, winter is coming. Yeah, well, yeah, it's definitely getting darker, but for some reason we've had some hot spells here. It's like 25 degrees today, it's quite warm. Yeah. I was hoping it to get a little bit cooler, but it's just gone warm again. But there we go. So I'm just going to quickly comment out some of the changes. Oh, I'm in the wrong file, aren't I? Oh, I keep getting the wrong one. Probably this. Yeah. So I've been trying to make a video on how this UI renderer works. So I'm just, I've commented out some stuff we've been working on and enabling the other code. There we go. Let's re-enable this. This is our little test scene with all the UI. 9 degrees, wow. Going down chilly. Right, so we should... Boom, we're back. Except for this thing, this is the debug shape. Oh yeah, I've got a new debug mode, as you might be able to tell. I can draw the bounding boxes around the shapes, basically. It's pretty cool. So let's UI shared. Let's disable that new debug mode where you can do an outline of the bounding box. So I've been using that to make the videos lately. So as I thought to recompile it, but we still got to remove this. I think that's in. Yeah, I just need to undo this draw command here. There you go. Boom, right, we're back. Oh yeah. So last stream, we got like quite a good amount of stuff done. We got like, we did a bit of code cleanup basically, and we got these nice sort of radio buttons and checkboxes working, where you can have like, it's an easy API just to make these with some text next to them. So I want to do one quick cleanup of this code, and then we'll get into finishing off this text box that we started. So that'd be pretty cool. So do the text box today, we'll do some sliders, and we'll do a progress bar. So what are we trying to get to exactly? So I want to... what do I want to do? Yeah, I want to go this far. I want to find where we make those checkboxes with a bit of text. This one. So it is this code here to adjust the draw rectangle. Whereas we might as well change the draw rectangle. Should we change the draw rectangle? Yeah. The draw rectangle should just be changed in here. So what am I trying to achieve exactly? So I'm trying to say, given the height of the height of this box, so we're at the bottom left, advance to there basically, and make it so that the draw rectangle is the rest of the remaining space. And we're ignoring this, so when you give it to like the text, it can just use it rather than recalculating it every single time. Or rather than recalculating it in the text code like we have been, the checkbox text version, we're just going to chuck it in here where it's in more of a shared space. Because we'll have one for images and everything like this. So just make it easier. Well, shared code. GUI.this. Okay, so I wonder how correct this is. Redefinition of height. Okay, we can delete that. This says it's going to cut left. Right, so the cut left is fine. Max, Y, min. Right, and this aligns it. Okay, I should really stick a comment by these things. So this one is going to essentially say like cut, like remove the checkbox from the draw rec so that the functions that call this can just use the draw rec and easily easily render or draw things after the checkbox. That's the whole reason why that's done. Great. So now these things technically don't need. Right. So I didn't really remove much code than I thought. Oh well. So this one is all about aligning it horizontally. Sorry, vertically. The text vertically. So center the text vertically. So you should probably do the same thing for the radio button, I reckon. Right, so that didn't mess anything up, which is good. Hey there, Akras, how you doing? How you been? How's things going? So you want to take this and go to the radio button start and just quickly sort that one out. Nice. And then the other thing is to remove this from here. And then we'll say center the text vertically. And then bam. Cool. So that didn't break any of this either, so that's good. I guess we shared one line of code. Whoops. I don't know if that was better in the end. But anyway, so now we're going to get started on this text field here. So I called it text box. It is kind of a box, but it's a single line. So I could just call it field, right? A field is typically one line. But yeah, so we added support for typing in, which is pretty nice. So I guess let's just recap on like how we're doing this, and then we'll add more features. So we just added the ability to just simply place characters in. And it does crash when we overflow because I forgot to take away one. Off by one errors, classic. So essentially, it's a medium mode UI. Should we not put a space? It just is annoying to type it out, isn't it? If we put a space. So, should we call it text field? It's a bit longer. But field is kind of like one line. And that field there. No, field doesn't really sound like one line either. We'll just keep it text box. is shorter. Okay, so we'll just go and change it in the implementation. So basically, rightio. So the way the thing works is because it's a media mode UI, there's basically, or it's a pure IMGUI, there's no state stored internally on a per widget basis. There's temporary state stored for a varying amount of lifetimes. But in general, there's no state that's stored that persists because it's a pure IMGUI. And the reason why I want to do this is because that way the implementation is more simple, and I'm just concerned about writing simple code right now, and if we want to do something more complicated, then we can do that later. So include, like, basically the whole layout system is done by the user completely. So the internals don't do anything, right? There's no like advanced layout system in this UI. It's just all done with rectangles, and they cut them up, and voila. So in terms of the text box, we do have some state which persists, but it's only for the one that you've currently selected. And the reason why we need to keep state that persists is because we need to know at the start of the frame for the UI, we're going to check to see if you've pressed a key. If you've pressed a key, it will go into the currently selected checkbox, right? Currently selected text box. So we basically keep all of the state about, here's the buffer, there's the cursor in the buffer, here's the size, and here's the ID hash of the widget. So we can know whether, like, multiple text boxes, and this just distinguishes between different text boxes. And this tells us whether or not it's been changed this frame. So if it's been changed this frame, we can return true to the person calling the text box function to say, hey, the text has been updated. You can now do the expensive operation, right, that you might want to do. So here's the text box thing. Here's what it looks like. Here's our buffer. Again, so all the state is in user code. So, the user defines where the buffer is, right? So it could be in some structure somewhere, or it could just be on local to the function via the static variable here, like we've done. 2 seconds, I've just got to amend this. So we pass in the rectangle, the buffer, the size of the buffer. Maybe it should be called the capacity. I don't know. And then we pass in the style, obviously, right? So, yeah, so now what we have to do is we need to actually, first of all, make it so it stops when it hits the end of the buffer. We've got 32. So we've got 31 characters we can put in. So we're going to quickly go ahead and put the, we're going to stop it from overflowing, basically, and then we'll go ahead and put in backspace controls and, render a little cursor, or a caret as it might be called. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Right, so let's go ahead and open up UI.c in this one. Well, I should have already opened it up in the... Right, okay. Look up another one of these guys. Righty-o. So at frame start, this is where the magic happens. So we have this thing called text input, which gets called. So this gets, in our event system, we can press keys, and we get back UTF-8 text. And every time we get a bit of UTF-8 text, we can feed it directly into the UI. And the UI is just like, oh, if there is a text box selected and there's room, go and copy it in, and voila. Basically. All the if statements. So there's a bit of an issue where there's an off by one error basically. We don't keep a null terminator on the end, which we should, so we'll sort that out. Hey there, Akraz, I wish it was hotter. Anyway, I watched some 3 videos today, and one was about SDF and ray marching. Pretty basic introduction. Sweet. That's cool. Yeah, SDFs and ray marching are you know, quite a lot of fun. Summatic exposition. Sweet. Have you done any So yeah, you can play around with it if you want in Shader Toy. Have you seen the amount of like ray marching stuff there is in Shader Toy that people do? If you want to have a quick play. So we didn't put the right. So size, cursor position, take 1. Shoot. What do we want to do? Yeah, the cursor can never go off the edge. Yes, that should be safe. So what we then want to do is say, right, given TB, the text box buff cursor, like this will never be pointing to the last position. Wait, what am I saying? Yes, it will be pointing to the last position if it's full. So, excuse me, we're going to encode a null term in there. That's something we're missing, and this -1. So that's the reason why it's crashing, I reckon. So if we click on our text box, going to type 31 characters, and it stops. Very good. So yeah, I can't type anything else. So I think that's 31 at least. Not yet, but it's a pretty interesting technique. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, you know, when I've learned about it, I was like, you know, I didn't realize, you know, shaders can be that quick to sort of like, you know, do all those iterations and pass all, you know, the objects and sort of do it per pixel and be that quick. So it's quite cool. Yeah, like obviously the best thing about SDFs is all the operations. Like if you're not using any of the operations, like rendering with SDFs is basically pointless. But yeah, really cool. You can define like all these shapes and everything you want. Like you might as well just make a ray tracer if you just did like a solid shape that's like a sphere. Because there's no point marching it basically. Righty. Oh, so now what we should add is the ability to just press backspace, right? So if OS keyboard, are we doing key codes or virtual key codes? Right, should do the physical keys. We'll do the virtual ones because it's to do with text input, I think. Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, do the virtual for this one in this case. So if it has been pressed, yes. So we'll say virtual keyboard vert key code has been pressed. Yeah, because the other one wanted a specific keyboard, but we wanted to just take the OS, like take the virtual keyboard from the OS instead of the individual keyboard, because we have support for multiple keyboards in this setup. So the key code we're going to be doing is obviously the backspace key code. if such thing exists, it does. So that one exists. Well then, so firstly we'll just be like, if we have a keyboard, we'll, check all this stuff. So if we have a text box selected, we'll check all this stuff. Then if we do a backspace, we're going to say, right, given the cursor, if the cursor is greater than 1, we are simply going to take away 1 from the cursor and then put the null terminator on the end. Right, so let's see if that works. So this is in frame start. Yeah, if it should have an SDF can speed up. Speed up rain machine. Speed up? Yeah, you skip by the biggest distance, yeah. Or you skip by the smallest distance. That's what I mean. Right, so press backspace. Nothing happened. So yeah, you're not doing a fixed skip. Yeah. It just depends how busy your scene is. Right, so we don't know if this actually works. So we're going to print out FMB and print out some stuff in the terminal, and we'll see it sort of jerk because it just spams out the profile information. So if we press the backspace key, right, I'm not seeing anything. It's not good. So we must land in there, right? Click here, and there you go, it's showing up here. Right. This is already not good then. Why doesn't this work? I guess we got to use that debugging stuff we did in the main function. So in virtual key pressed, I'll go to the debug log. Sweet. Glorious, my friend, how you doing? Thank you so much for the sub, really appreciate it. How's life going? Yeah, it's not going bad. Just been chilling. I put up the cot for the baby. It's getting quite dark now. I'm disappearing. Yeah, put up the cot for the baby, and yeah, just been relaxing. What did I do yesterday? Oh, yeah, I just got my hair cut. That's what I did. Got my hair cut. Yeah, other than that, just relaxing. Things go good. How about you? So we should be seeing this in the log, and I forgot the logging thing we used. I could maybe check in my 2 seconds. What do we do? So we're into our Windows computer. Yeah, but it's in that subsystem for Linux thing, isn't it? Which I don't know where that is. Fine, won't look there. Screw it, we'll just view the log file. Yeah, but I want to see an update. I completely forgot that tool we used to use, or the tool we used to watch the fire. It might be watch. Execute program period. Yeah, this is it. This is it. I've not typed in on this machine then. So you say watch. Yeah, I think we just say watch dash n 0.1 dash n 0.1 cat build. Yeah, but this one updates a lot. This one updates and it doesn't just do appending to the end, which is good. OS input. Radio. So we should be able to run that now. Right, so I pressed backspace and it did just show up. It said raw press, key code backspace. So it is showing up and it is the right key that's being pressed. And it's not scrolling, which is weird. Maybe I meant to use tail. No. Yeah, maybe I meant to use tail or something instead. I forgot. But anyway, that was good. We saw the results. Baby stuff is tough, I imagine. Yeah, it's pretty tiring. Like he's not the best sleeper at the moment. But yeah, it's definitely draining. I'm fine. Mostly feel a little low energy after some cold weather. Yeah. Yeah, I think quite a few people come down with a cold now. Yeah. It's just that time, isn't it? What am I looking for? So, we would have hoped you would have set. So I guess what we'll do is we'll do this, right? Key pressed. Which means that should have set in the OS side of things, it should have set this thing. Oh, it's only set in the device keyboard. We can see it. It's only set in the device keyboard. So that virtual... So, right. That virtual keyboard's not being touched. See, for the mouse... Right, raw key changed. No. There's a vert key changed. Right, how's this one working? It's being set here apparently. OS key code string or something. Alright, see if that shows up. Right. Just disappears off the end, obviously. Backspace pressed. Ta-da! So, right, we know backspace is being pressed. It's definitely going into here. Is pressed, has been pressed, bit set. Right, so we should... Obviously doing something quite dumb here, I imagine. This virtual keyboard, virtual key code, has been pressed. Surely this must be able to get hit, so let's do a core abort. Just jam something in there. Let's just see what happens. Pressing backspace, nothing's happening. Weird. So is it getting cleared? Frame initialize. Clear, zero the array. Yeah, we zero the array. So when do we do the frame in it? Before the event loop. Makes sense. Right, should we check our bit set code? I'm sure we've... Okay, so we've not used it yet. I think. The divider ran up 64 because it's 64 bits in a word. So it's a bit set array. Right, nothing special. So you're getting like a bit index that you're looking for. So to set it, you're just saying keep the low bits. So 8 is 3, 16 is 4, 32 is 5, 64 is 6, sweet. To unset, yeah, that's legit. Yeah, it's pretty legit, I think. So we'll see if we can get it. So you'll do a set. So I guess we'll just try this, right? Call a set. We're gonna check is set virtual key code. Has been pressed. Just jam that in there. What happened? Right, okay. There we go. I decided to change my mind to use the function instead. Okay, so press the key. The assert is not firing. Let's knot it and see what happens. Right, it crashes when I do the backspace. So what's changing? Right. I know the problem. The issue is we're calling UI frame start. We're calling it before the event system populates that bit set. That's why. So where's best to move it? Because the way this code works is we set everything up, which is great, but then at the end we do some sort of text box handling. Is the text box stuff dependent on any of this happening? Probably not, actually. So I reckon we should be able to move it afterwards, and it might not be a big deal. The issue is this, though, actually. Yeah, I think we have to make it into a separate function to call like text text update, and we'll just jam it all in here. No. Yeah, it's not the best, but I think it's just the easiest thing to do right now until I can think of something better. We have to just make another function and just simply call it. It's not the end of the world since, you know, this API is built for this game, so, you know, not the end of the world. So after the event stuff, we should just say text update, and cool. So then this will now mean that the backspace key should work. Pressing backspace, and there we go, it deletes it. So this is going to crash. No? Okay, I did handle it then. That's good. So I'm going to hold down backspace now. And it's fine. Sweet. Yeah, I think I did an if 0. Yeah, if it's not 0, decrement 1, put a null terminator at the end. Fantastic. Cool. So now we've got backspace working. Now what we need to do is probably do some rendering. First of all, let's center align this text. Right, it shouldn't be at the bottom. Center align it always. Even if there's excess space, just center align it. Then we should also render a little cursor as well. Let's run a quick poll. What cursor do we want? Text cursor style. So do we want a block one, or do we want a sort of like do we want a block cursor, or do we want like a line? What do we call that? Basically, you know, a line that goes in between the words, or do you want the block one, which is the classic terminal one? So we'll let that span for about 5 minutes, see what we get. Yeah, it's called a caret. You call it cursor as well. But yeah, I'm not sure if the thin one's called a caret specifically. I thought that was just well, this was called in general. But yeah, not sure. So is it a block terminal one, or the new aged one where it's obviously a single line? Right, so let's get to centering some text. Caret. Yeah, carrots are healthy. Should eat carrots. Custom pixel art cursor. Custom SDF cursor, my friend. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Oh, Matty 207. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Hey, how's it going? So we just draw a box and then we draw some text on top of it, like a champ. Then, right, so what else do we want to do? We want to center the text, right? So we've got this center vertically thing. Here's one I made earlier. This happens so much. I could put it into a function, but also I could just not. So that ought to be good enough. Wait, I used rect? Why did I use rect? What's rect about? Rect is wrong, right? Draw the box. No, rect is correct. So I want to make a local copy of rect. So we use rect because rect is padded internally to the internally to the actual text box widget. So it would have gone it would have had the margin and the border and the padding applied, so the rectangle will be on the inside of the box. So that's the reason why we use rect here. Right, let's take that for a oh, wait a minute. All going well, long-time lurker, love content and Discord community. Sweet, thank you so much, sir. Glad you're enjoying it. But yeah, feel free to go and get access to the code. Hop on the Discord. There's a little special channel on there for that. And thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. Yeah, if people don't know, if you've missed some streams and want to catch up on what we've been doing, there is a VOD channel. You know, yeah, just get to see everything that's happened in the past, basically. Dude, congratulations on programming in C. Congratulations? What's the need for congratulating? That it's hard, or not sure if I understand. Right, so now that is centered. Seems legit. How far away from these right, people like the lines, they don't like the terminal block ones. Clearly have a lot of Gen Zs in the chat. That's fine. We'll do the line one by the looks of things. Oh, the block one's coming up. Ooh. Yeah, line cursor kids. To be fair, I am borderline millennial, borderline Gen Z, so I kind of like both, you know. Wee. This is gonna be cool. So yeah, doing a single line text box, piece of piss. Multi-line text box. Yeah, good luck. I've done one before. It's like probably about 4 times the amount of work. Maybe more. Underline master race. Whoa. Yeah, it's probably that's another one we could then underline. And the line wins, folks. So by demand, let's do a line. Let's render a little line. So we have the cursor. Right, here it is. Here's your boy, the cursor. Let me grab this so I can make my experience much easier. Let's save these keystrokes for future me to use. So we've got this buff cursor thing. So basically we need to, you know, it is monospaced, so we're just going to cheat. In future, if we do some more fancier rendering, we're going to have to do some for loop and sort of find where that is. There is a text size thing that we have, so we could technically, text dims. We could technically use that and tell it to sort of cap it off at a certain. Could technically use this. This would be better. Right, here's what we're gonna do. We'll use this because it will be. It means we have to change less when we add probably non-monospace font for UI. So what we'll do is we'll construct the string. So the string is simply going to be core string buff and then tb text box cursor. So that's the string passing in. Style goes in there, bam, and this gets you the size. So this will be known as the cursor offset. You can call it a caret if you want, but it's probably a better name because the word cursor is basically overused. Should we call it caret? There you go. But it's not the healthy kind, right? It's the computer kind, whatever this one means. One of my friends likes C++ better than C. I find it hard to understand her. Yeah, you know, it's very easy to think C++ is better when you don't sort of, you haven't programmed for enough to realize that sort of like simple, sometimes it's better for stuff just to be simple and to have restrictions. You must think, it's got generics, it's got templates, it's got well sorry, they're the same thing. It's got templates, overloading, it's got you know, stood unique per, as they call it. So it's better, right? More features. You can overload those operators. Sometimes I press insert just to have the underline, to be honest. Nice. That's a good way around it, I guess. There's no way to get a block comment. No. I'm pro CPP, not anti-C. Fair play. It's got to respect the C heritage, you know? It's crazy the amount of C++ people think that the worst part about C++ is the C bit. But then, like, I can see what they're saying. It's like half the problems in C++ do kind of come from the fact that they have to support the C legacy. But if they're saying that, the language shouldn't have been based off C in the first place. But, if they just respected the C heritage more rather than going into this sort of, you know, like the non-pod type direction, that sort of stuff, the RAII sort of direction, then it would be a lot more of a pleasant experience in most cases, right? A lot less sort of like stuff happening behind your back and you have to sort of analyze every line of code with like a magnifying glass. That's what you have to do with C++, is get that magnifying glass out and really inspect each line and understand that this thing could be overloaded. I really like destructors in C++. The rest makes me pull my hair out. Well, yeah, see, destructors are probably the least offender, but they can still become a bit of an offender if you don't have a sort of convention where you probably use that for like a scope defer type of thing, right? Which is cool. But I kind of prefer the explicit defer so you can actually see it in the code. But I do see how it can be handy though. So the operator overloads are quite nice. Yeah, they are if the language doesn't have everything you quote unquote need, right? But then people just do like the most ridiculous stuff. I think the problem is C++ did the most ridiculous stuff. I think that's part of the issue. If the language itself was sensible, then maybe the people would have been sensible about it all. If I could have C without the hassle around build systems, I'd only use C. What hassle with build systems do you have? In C, but not C++? Are you comparing it to that, or are you talking about Python? And also, yeah, the way you get around that is just don't use a build system. Build systems are the problem. We obviously might write our own build system when it comes to it. Right now, as you do single compilation unit, we compile the whole project and shaders using my custom C compiler, all within a second. It's fine for now. So that's what we just do until we need it. Build systems is basically, not needed for most people's like hobby projects. And if you need a build system, you should probably just write your own because a lot of them off the shelf ones are kind of really overcomplicated. Now, C++ actually preserved essence of C for years, unlike Roost who want massacre. Yeah, they did. I don't know. They did kind of preserve it, but not really. Like they didn't take on C99s or field initializers and the array initializers, you know. They've only just kind of got them and a bit neutered for the field ones at least. I was a C++ purist, even thought myself was cool because of Java stuff in uni, but then you saw Mike Hackton's C++ Con talk and changed the world for me forever. Yeah, that's a really good talk. I love that one. I love going back and watching it. And then you hear the Microsoft, the guy who likes Office products talk at the end and he just sort of dunks on him. That's a good talk. Yeah, so I've got the carrot offset now, so we should just be able to render a box, right? What could go wrong? How does one render? I forgot. Here you go. Let's save those keystrokes. So we're going to put a box down. All right, here's where it goes. We need to add a new style thing, right? Style. So in the style, we're going to add what's known as a caret thickness. It is just one letter, isn't it? One R. It's one R, I spelled it wrong with, oh. And also, I use the name thickness, but I've got a structure called a thickness. Naming stuff. Right. Okay, caret. I think that's right. Damn straight. Right. So we got ourselves the offset. Now the plan is, so no one is visible, but only when it is the focused thing. If this hey, but it's all the way up here because I need it up there. Damn straight. Okay, so yeah, if we're the currently selected thing, so we can draw the caret, work out where the caret offset is. Amazing. So we're gonna, the size of the caret is gonna be style caret thickness. How thick is the caret? And then we need the height, which is just the height of the box. So it's kind of, well, no, we'll do the height of the text maybe. Yeah, we'll use the height variable. Sounds sensible enough. And then any radius on this caret? I don't think we'll need any radius because it might be so small. So we'll just put in 0.f. Then we get rid of, oh, we need a caret color. So it'd be a style. See, the thing is about the caret is it's only going to be available when it's active anyway. So then caret color should just go in there. So where's this thing going to go on the screen exactly? So we've got the offset from what exactly? Well, we need to say from the draw rectangle .min.x plus the caret offset, and the y is probably just going to be draw rect. See, it's a center position, and this is actually a half size. I just realized. So we need to actually calculate the, we'll call this half dims, right? Damn it. So half dims will go in there. Then we'll simply... Wait, we didn't half it, did we? Whoopsie. Divide by 2.f. Okay, so we offset by the offset. Yeah. And then we want to add f32 times 2 half dims. Amazing. Right, so let's get the carrot color in there, we'll adjust the style, and then that should be, we should start seeing a cursor. So just go to the styling. We're going to add a carrot color. Let's make it a nice orange, shall we? And then we need to go to the styling, the simple and ugly basic styling we've got. So carrot thickness 4 pixels, and then carrot color. So let's get a nice orange. Hex code for a carrot. Right. Let's get this right. So alpha blue ED. Color 32. Oh, I didn't finish this one, did I? Yeah. Cool. So let's take that for a spin. So I click in the box, and there it is. Look at that carrot. So it needs to blink as well. I need blinking carrots. But there's a rendering. It needs the height is a little bit too big, so I'm not sure what we did there. Hey, Soulfoam, how's it going? See you as trash. Don't hurt my feelings. See, it's amazing, man. How's it going there, Soulfoam? Odyssey Standard also adopted good things from Odyssey++. Well, like null putter? I don't know. I have mixed feelings about C23. It's got some good things, but I don't know if they're the ones that come from C++. Like they talk about not making breaking changes, but then they actually made many breaking changes. But yeah. Strange. Right, so let us get this carrot on the road. Right, I need the new height based on this. That's why. So I click in here, there's my carrot. Oh yeah. Kind of small though. It would be nice if it was a little bit bigger, right? So we're gonna up it by carrot thickness maybe. And that might be good enough. Plus style carrot thickness. See what happens. See if it's good enough. Yeah, it's alright. See, it's kind of better if it's let's figure this out. It's the half dims, isn't it, from the carrot offset? Correct. Part of my issue that on the Y we should take away that. Yeah, that's better. Oh no. No, it's too far low. It's got to be Yeah, I think that's fine. Uppercase letters, good point. Hold the shift. There they are. Do they really look that bad in the font file? Let's double check and make sure they're rendering fine. I guess swore I fixed that. I just assume it's really bad. Again, it's just placeholder. We might do something really, really cool and fancy with text. Right, so the E definitely looks that bad. Well, I don't know, it's looking a little thick. Yeah, they're looking stretched. We did make this... Yeah, they're way stretched. These are buggered as well. The way we can test is if we just type option and just compare it. Oh, they're not aligned. I know what it is. We're not aligning them by pixels. That's why. We should floor it. Basically. This needs to be floored. That's the problem. We're adding half dimensions, and because we added the... I think it's something like that. So what we need to do is we need to say... so we want to floor... That's probably okay. We just need to floor this one. So... Right, so we type option. So we start typing all the uppercases now. That S looked really dodgy though. Kind of looking the same. How's dad life? Yeah, it's going pretty good, man. Going good. Just very tiring, you know, but he's cool. Proper cute. And yeah, a lot of fun as well. I mean, dependency management in general, like, I like free type because I don't want pixel font, but I'm getting to build that directly for Win. It's kind of silly, similar with other libraries. Yeah, so free type is great in terms of the amount of hardware it supports, but yeah, I guess you have to build it manually. STB true type is drop in, but the problem with STB true type is, you know, it says it's in the header file. You shouldn't use it if you're taking in random fonts because it probably has, they probably exploit it or whatever. You know, but it's not been checked for safety. How would you approach building all this UI different sizes and pixels, different resolutions? Yep. So what we've done is we've got DPI scaling aware. We should really flip it on and test it every now and then. But basically, it's a very simple DPI scaling. So we've got DPI scaling variable. All of our rectangle stuff by default uses the DPI scaling, and it multiplies whatever value you pass in by DPI scaling. So you still design for, you still like you get your rectangle at the native resolution, you chop it up, but you sort of like but yeah, so you can still so I think you design it for something, say like a 1080p screen, because that's where most hardware is going now anyways, just 1080p as standard. And then you could probably just scale it and it should adjust. But if you do something very sort of programmatic, like you sort of say take the bounds of the rectangle and calculate stuff, there is an unscaled version, so it doesn't do the scaling. But yeah, so that's the route we're going right now. Basically it. Design for yeah. Yeah, that's what we're currently doing right now because it's the simplest thing that I could think of. I don't know if there's any better way. But yeah. Typically you want to pick a resolution that's like a multiple of another and probably do integer scaling. And then but then you could probably offer non-integer scaling and just allow the user to configure that. And you should be able to pixel align stuff as well. This way. So we definitely need to explore it. That's for sure. Because you could be buggering up. Could be bugging up something there on that one at least. Well, same with the thickness as well, actually, put that back. Too bad when resizing is not handled. I think it is handled, but we've just not bothered. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but we've got hard-coded display sizes. So we can resize the screen. But yeah, it just doesn't update the rendering. So you just get this. But we'll do it someday. Just can't bother right now. Normalize the screen size. Or I don't know the drawbacks. The drawbacks of that solution are simply it will be difficult to pixel align things. Like it's easier to pixel align things when you always work with the native resolution because then you can just floor it, right? Stuff like that. So does the text look bad in general? I thought we fixed it so it didn't look bad. Is it perfectly... What's the size of the text? If the text is not... Huh. Maybe it should be line height. Plus caret thickness, I reckon. Caret looks good. Still, I think this is like dead off. So that F there, it's a bit fatter. So vertically, no, and horizontally it's a bit weird. W, yeah, it's one too many pixels. I swear we fixed that problem. So let's take a look at the text drawing and see what the I might have recreated the problem. So let's constantly put in. So this is doing. Half height is 20, so it's a multiple of 10 pixels, which is what this thing is, right? Um, I want to see what the cursor is at on the Y at least. Right, there's no 0.5s going anywhere, so that's fine. Is it really to do with the UV code? UV size. Right, that potentially is better. Yeah, that's better. The W is looking good. Right, as good as it can, depend. Right, so the W now looks like this, where it's not stretched. Yep. So that S though, does it always look that bad? Yeah, it does kind of look that bad. It's meant to. And the E as well. Right, we'll zoom in on those guys and take a gander. So E's and S's, do they look like they should, at least? Yeah, that's how they should look. Yeah, because I think the problem is I was testing it at such high resolution before. It's such a big thing. Okay, that's good. Okay. Why did I close that file? So the next thing I want to do now is, so I've got the caret in there. So we completed that task. So the next thing to do is to get the ability to move the cursor with the arrow keys. That's the next one. And then we can do the more, the other controls as well. So let's look for backspace. So if you press the next one is if you press the arrow key. If you press the arrow key to the left, then what we want to say is if you have a cursor, just move it back by 1. Now the thing is about this then, this no longer works, the backspace no longer works. You have to literally do a mem move, right? So you do a mem move from, you're trying to move the current one. So the current one needs to get replaced with the one after. And then you need to, for the one after, then you need to work out, so how much are we copying? So given the buffer size, that's the remaining size. It should be that. Something like that. Given the remaining size, yes, if you have something, so just trying to move from the current cursor position. So the current character needs to be overwritten by the stuff after it. So you need to copy all the way up to the end of the buffer backwards by 1. So if there isn't any to copy back, yeah, it should just be fine just to pass in size regardless, like that. Should be okay. These need to take addresses. Then you can move yourself back by 1. And where do you place the null terminator, right? So you need to place the null terminator at the end. So you've done a mem move, right? You've done a mem move. You're copying all the way back from the end. We'll place it right at the end of the buffer. Yes, technically we don't know the size of the buffer. Oh, that's not good, is it? Yeah, so this is really bad naming. Let's sort this naming out. Bad naming. Buff cap. That's the new name. Buffer capacity. And then we're going to have a buffer size. And then we can work from that. Okay. Buff cap. Right, so now let's just work with buff cap for a sec. So buff size is equal to this string len result here, like that. Then when it comes to text input, yes, that needs the capacity of the buffer. Yeah, if you see the capacity of the buffer. This one with the backspace, you kind of want to know how, given the end of the string, copy back. Because otherwise you're copying back excess, which is not good. And then we can null terminate the end of the... We can then deduct the size by 1. And you'll be able to place the null terminator there instead. Fantastic. Cool, and then when you're doing buff cursor, you're just moving it back by 1. Good. If you press right, you can increment it by 1, providing that this is less than TB. TB buff cursor size. Right, so let's have a play with that. See how this goes. So click in our text box, get our nice cursor. It doesn't blink yet. That's something we should get working. Right, I've pressed backspace, it failed. So let's have a bit of a think about it. So that was on 3. Do you want to say providing that, right. So you only want to copy back if this is not equal to that. Do a mem move for me. Then you still want to adjust all those things. Do you need the? Don't think you need the -1. Right. So every single time we put a key in as well, we need to actually increase the size by 1, the string size maybe. Is that right? So insert that location. Bear in mind you should have done a mem move and made room. So mem move, you're moving from the stuff where you're going to be inserting at, right? So given size, given the size remaining is yep. So now we can ensure that the size, you're copying the whole string in, which makes sense. So we're trying to move from the stuff we're about to overwrite. We want to move that we're going to start writing it size in front. And then we only want to write it up to the end of the buffer, basically. Right, so this should guarantee that there's enough room in the buffer for it. So this mem move should just be able to happen like this, I think. And then we overwrite the place where the data used to live, basically. Right, so that should work, fingers crossed. Right, so we're going to click in here, we're going to press backspace, it deletes one, good. We're going to put some stuff in, nice. We're going to move the cursor back, that works. We're going to push T to insert it here. Right, delete everything else. Not good. Because I think we put a null terminator in. So the null terminator should really go plus... the null terminator should go at the end of the whole thing. Like that. So remaining size, I think we'll need this in a little variable, right? So this memory, it needs to be a little bit more intelligent now. So you want to copy the remaining size. Oh, that's not really it, is it? That we call remaining capacity. And you want to probably have something very similar here. And this will just be like, so up to size from cursor, I reckon. That's what you want to copy up. Something like that. Let's try that out. So if we put some stuff in, I'm gonna go back to here and insert a V. Right, so let's start deleting stuff there. It's close though, very close. I think we're off by 1. So I've insert like a T here. Right, I think it's starting to say it's full. So I've insert T here. It's taking 1 away. Now I don't know if that's because of where it's inserted in the null terminator, or if it's because we've done the mem move a bit too... Ooh, what's going on? So let's remove the null terminator and just see how it plays out. So I've inserted a V here. Right, still taking, or a B rather. How many was it taking away? Just the 1. Okay, so it's not the null terminator. So if we're doing the mem move, Oh, that's destination. Damn it. Destination source is the wrong way around. So it's deleting rather than adding. So we try that now. Put it in and push V. Right, that's shifting it. Sweet. Well, that was B rather, damn it. So V goes in there. There you go. Voila. So we go ahead and put some more in. Q, 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 Q. Would you look at that? Very nice. I keep trying to press all the other keys like end and home and delete, but obviously we haven't got those wired in yet. But that's looking good to me. So these are all working now together. So the next thing we need to do is get the delete key and the home and end keys working. So we'll get the delete one in. Delete one is basically like backspace. So the delete key is going to be, it needs this, right? Providing that you're not at the end. What we're going to do is we're going to do a mem move, but the other way around, right? So the mem move is going to be a plus, like the destination. Oh, wait. Yeah, +1, +2. And you shift them over. Buff cursor stays where it is. The size reduces by 1, put the null terminator on the end. So buff size, buff cursor, take 1. Right, that ought to be good enough. So let's give that a go. So press the delete key here, doesn't do anything. Move it left, press the delete key, it deletes the C. Good. So I'm going to type in some random stuff. I'm going to move here. I'm going to delete the F. That didn't work, right? Okay, my cursor seems to be fine. It's the +1, +2 stuff that it was doing. Wait, let's just have a bit of a... Oh, my backspace was wrong. That's interesting. Is my the backspace not... So the backspace worked at the end, but we never tested it here. So we delete the F, delete the T. Right, so really this is what we want here. Then this one, we want it to reduce the buff cursor by 1. And then do that. I think that's what it's trying to do. So I'm going to insert loads of stuff. So I'm going to delete the F with the backspace. Nice. Delete W backspace. Good. Then the T. Nice. Then I'll do a delete. Press the... We'll remove the N. Sweet. Very good. So it deletes from the end. And it deletes from the middle. And the front. Good. Very good. So the next one we've got to do is obviously the home and the end keys. They're really essential for text editing, and then probably the control and left and the control and right keys, so you can skip to the words and that. They're quite vital, really. So left is be home, then be end. So this one you just want to say right, cursor equals 0, simplest one ever. This one here you want to say is equal to the size. TB buff size. So press the home key, goes back there, end key goes there. Right, pretty basic, but very essential. The next ones we probably want are like the control keys that sort of help you do a super version of the actions we already have, right? And we're going to implement undo and redo. Probably not going to do it, to be honest, because it's just a text field, and I don't think I'll need it. But yeah, undo and redo. There's two ways to do it, right? You can do actions. you can serialize like actions, or you can take a backup of the entire state and keep an array of it. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'll do it because I won't really need it at a text box level. I think if the editor, I'm going to be building a way to edit some stuff in the game, and I'll probably have an undo and redo system for that. So if you make changes to the text box, it's probably just going to change that state, and then that'll just be the undo redo system there, I think. So that's how we'll probably approach it for now. But yeah. So we need some super versions with the controls. So you just say, hey, if control is pressed, so we always want to look for the key mod, isn't it? Key mod. I'm not a fan of key space mod, not gonna lie. But that means I gotta rename it across all these files. I might do that off stream. It's annoying me with the underscore, I think. Right, something to do off stream. Bit of fun. Is pressed. So we want to do any control key. Because there's a left and a right one. We'll just do both. Right, if either of these guys are pressed. What we're going to want to achieve is basically iterate left until you hit a space. Right. So while and TB buff cursor. Wait, what is null term? Space key. And that should be good enough. What? Right, it returns a bit field. Oh, yeah, bit set rather. Right, so that should hopefully be fine. If not, it's a do while or whatever it is. Right. So let's try this super and left. So I'm going to insert some minefields, write some space keys, and we're going to hold. So we'll hold control and press left. It's not really doing anything. Because it's meant to be a not equal. Booleans. Damn it. Right, I got this the wrong way around. Whoopsie, edited the wrong one. My mistake. Right, so held control and it went all the way back there. Is that right? No. So what you should really do in that case is you should do something like so I think we should say if it's equal to a space, go back until you reach the next space or whatever. No. Right, so if you stop at a space, you need to say +1 onto it or something. But then if you start off on a space, you need to go through all of the spaces first. Yeah, so you need to say like, while the current one is equal to space, go back. Then you need to say, go back until you hit a space. When you hit a space, or if you hit a space, then then add 1. So yeah, if we finish on a space, then add 1. That's the logic. And then the right one should be a little bit different, I think. So let's go ahead and do this. So space. So I press Control left, it jumps back. It's not jumping back anymore though. Yes, okay. It's not working out. Right, so that's when it's on a space. While you're on a space, go back. Oh, whoops. I didn't do that. Didn't do that right. While you're on a space, go back. I still think that's wrong. While you're on a space, go back. So this is when you're on a space, it'll go back by 1. But also really if you're at the end of the word as well. So what you should be saying is while the one before you. Something like that. Take away 1. You only really want to start this providing you've got room. Right. So really you can probably put that outside. So you're all going to want to have to do a shift as well, isn't it? Selection. So you take away 1 always. Then if it's control, something like this. Right. It's looking good to me. Let's put double spaces and see what happens. Oh man, did that really mess? Right, it goes past all the spaces. Well, and W, it just goes to the end there. That is good. That's good. Nice. Right, we got that one right. Now the thing is, I started in spaces there, and it was just jumped to the end. What? What's that about? I press the space key and it just goes all the way over there. That is not good. Why did it do that? Oh, because it tried to insert a space key as a space character. So it jumped it to the end of the... I'm not sure what it did. So we should probably say like... See, I don't really want to copy character by character and filter out because I've already done the move. Yeah, so if string dot size equal equal 1 or 2, I guess. String dot data equal... I didn't realize it came through the OS. Right. But it must do. It's still going at the end. Right, so space has not been added in now. Okay, maybe we do want it to go here. So what's the issue? Why is the space being... What's so special about the space key then? Is something else happening? So I go back to here and put spaces in. It jumps all over there, but do other characters. It's fine. Hmm. Oh, I know what it is. When we press the space key, it triggers this event saying it's been pressed. So what we want to do is we kind of want to say, hey, if this thing has become active, it has become active. It's selectable, so it should not. Yes, you want to say if this is not equal to that, if then it would have been set by now. No, it wouldn't have been set. Good. So if it's not been set yet, I don't know. Because if you press it with the mouse, you kind of want it to put the caret in the right place. So, but we do have the ability to check whether it is specifically a mouse that pressed it. I guess we could do that thing. If UI focus state mouse or that not equal to that. I think that's what it would do. Just indent it again. So that'll stop it from being reselected with the space key, basically. Nice. It's working. So now we've just got to get the control rights working. We probably want to get blink. It would be nice to get cut and paste, but that requires operating system stuff. But I guess we could do it. Yeah, let's get this navigation stuff aced. So with the right key, you probably have a very similar thing, right? In the fact that you want to just have this sort of special mode that comes on after this. And what you're saying is while it's equal to space, increment. And then you want to go until you don't reach a space again or the end. So you want to advance until you reach. Then if you happen to land on a space at the end, you want to then deduct it by 1. Because I think. No. No, I think you want to land at the end, so you don't need that anymore. So it should be good. Right, so we should be able to say space, 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 space. We're going to hold control and go left. Now we'll control and go right. Sweet, it's gone to the end of the character there, that's great. So we go left and do it again. That went way too far, didn't it? So that's not right. So one character off did not work. So this one kept going. Wait, where is it? So this keeps going until it goes. So at the current so it would have added 1 by default, wouldn't it? I guess we don't want it to add one by default. Okay, let's try that out. So we're gonna put some spaces in, go left, go right, go one back, go right. Nice. Where's the one with multiple spaces? Here it is. So we're gonna hold control, go right. Nice, went into that word. And then here. Very good. Right, so I think that's good. That was an extra one at the end, right? Yep. Fantastic. That's the control keys sorted out for those. Now I need to do the control keys for the backspace and the control keys for the delete key. So with the backspace, it's very similar logic, right? You basically want to reverse. You kind of want to count how far you go. It's basically this logic, right? Count at how far you go backwards. And then that would be what you take away. Yeah, something like that. So I guess we could just take this, right? And we'll count it. It could have been made into a reasonable function, but hey. So say amount equal to 1. Or we'll say like cursor, I guess. That's equal to buff cursor. And then anytime we use buff cursor for now, we say cursor. And the idea is we're just gonna figure out how far we need to go. Then we work at the amount, which would be the difference between, so buff cursor will be bigger since it's backspace. Take away cursor. So I just realized we've started typing this code without doing a clear break. So effectively we want to probably reuse this part here. And we could probably just say, right, if u32 amount equal to 1, if you hold the control key, you can calculate how much we need to take off. Then we'll reduce amount off, right? Then we'll add amount on. Really, we want to copy. This is a bit too aggressive now. It's not the right amount. So really, it should be from where the cursor used to be. Yes, where the cursor used to be. So maybe this should be this take amount. This will come after. And that should be fine. Then the buff size is reduced by amount. That should be good. Let's try that out. Oh, it froze. Okay, so we're going to start punching in some stuff. I want to press backspace, it works fine. If I hold control and press backspace, it deletes up to W, which is great. Then if I do it again, it should delete up to... It didn't delete anything. Why didn't it delete anything? That should delete up to T there. We should have reduced the cursor by 1 initially, that's why. So let's try that out. We're going to punch in some more characters. Delete. Nice. Oh yeah, isn't she amazing? So the next one is the delete key. So with delete key, we want to go the other way. So it's probably just, again, going to piggyback off of the right version, isn't it? the remove right version. So the remove right version needs the same sort of thing, but it wants a plus instead. So you don't take away 1 initially. You do a plus, plus. You don't need the negate 1 anymore at the end. And instead of, you want to do cursor less than the size, how big the buffer is, right? Something like that. Then the cursor will be greater than or equal to the old buff cursor because we've been incrementing it. So the amount has changed. Then you want to do amount plus. Right, so you're better off then doing like. So we don't move the buff cursor, isn't it? So this plus that. Well, then it's just the same as doing take away, isn't it? Right, so that should be good enough. Should we try that out? So we're gonna put some stuff in. We're gonna navigate to the left. Hold. We're just gonna press the delete key. It just deletes them like that. That's good. Hold the control. Press delete key. That deleted the whole of that, but it should have gone. I think that's fine. But it did something really dodgy just then, though. Let me just go back to here. Just put someone else in there. So if I hold control, press delete. Yep. But that logic's wrong. When it's not going all the way up to the end there. For some reason. Has it done that for the... Let's double check that. Right, that one worked. So control backspace goes all the way back to the end, but control delete doesn't go all the way to the end for some reason. Why doesn't it want to go all the way to the end? Buff size, take 1. Buff size, take amount, really. That could have been the issue. Should we try that out? Right, so go back to here. Oh yeah, that worked. Fantastic. So we're not getting any errors, we just... Yeah. Amazing. Text box is coming through. Okay, so now we've got that special control logic in. We kind of need selection, right? Selection involves like two cursors basically, two little carrots. And you probably need to do some different rendering as well. We could probably get away with not having selection and copy and paste yet, because put it this way, I don't think I actually need it. I probably just want to enter some names of objects or search into a box, or maybe a search box. I don't necessarily want fine-grained text controls or taking out things and putting new things in a certain, that overwrite a certain section of things, right? I don't think I need that just yet. If I feel like I need it too much, I'll just come and implement it, but I think we can basically cut that corner for now. Yeah, it's definitely within the realms of possibility to do. Just I would like to save some time. So in terms of what we need to do now, we've got all the fancy keyboard navigation stuff, which is pretty sweet. The caret is a little bit off. Is it a little bit off? Yeah, we should probably... It should probably go back by the half thickness, I reckon. Best be minimalists until you need a little more. Keep doors open. Exactly. Exactly. To be fair, I have done a little bit of over-engineering, but that's always going to happen. You always get a bit excited to do a little bit extra, but yeah. There's just stuff you just don't need. It's good to know when to stop. So when it comes to text rendering, text box rendering, what did we do wrong? We did plus caret offset, plus half dims. Right, we shouldn't have added the half dims to the X, just the Y. I think. Let's try that out, shall we? See where the cursor gets placed. Right, that's good, that's fine. A little bit in the padding area, but should be alright. Yeah, so it's before and after the T perfectly now. So it's much better. Right, so now all we need really is a blinking cursor, and then we're blinking done, I think. So we're just missing copy and paste and selection. But again, we can add that in if need be. Shouldn't this go... Yeah, that's fine how it works. I think so at least. Should we open up web browser? How does the web do it? Yeah, same way. Sweet. Just need a blinking cursor. But do we need a blinking cursor? Probably not. Then anything else that we actually need is the ability to have multiple text boxes and selecting another one and also selecting none. Right, how do we unselect a text box? Right, we need that. So we'll add another one quickly and we'll test that out. So buff2 continues to cut the rectangle. So A, B, C, D, E, F. So we can click between the two, that's fine. It's just when it comes to, you know, we might want to get the click at the right place as well, maybe. Possible. Maybe, we'll see. But also, we might not really need it. Right, I'm just going to quickly go and get a drink, and then we'll finish off this text box and move on to probably a progress bar. Bing, 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 bing. Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, welcome back everyone. Hey there, Nico. Good evening. How are you doing, sir? Definitely evening for you. How's it been going? What was we doing again? With the text box? Oh yeah. We just want to have a way. We're testing out multiple text boxes, right? Sehr gut, right? There we go. Looking good, got all these controls and everything. But we want to have a way to unselect, right? This is something that we haven't got yet. So if you press click and it doesn't handle anything, we want it to say, wait. No. When you set something to active that's not a text box, how do you know? Right, I got it. So when something becomes active, any one of these... Yeah, so if something becomes active, it's not really the primary widget state. Something like this, right? If something has become active, or is active, active is not really the right word. Because a checkbox, not checkbox, a checkbox will be active when it's checked. So active is poor. Focused. We have focused already. That's the thing I'm looking for. Focused. So when you right, this is it. Excuse me. So mouse focus next and all that, right? So if you have found something new, if something has become keyboard focused, that is not the keyboard. Yeah, so if this is not equal to TB, I should have done this now. Sorry, I said keyboard, but which is not the text box, I think I was meant to say. But yeah, so if the keyboard focus is not the text box, then we want to just clear it out to null. Equal UI hash none. I think that's right. So we click on something else, it will. Right, we clicked on something else, it moved. That's fine. But if you click off onto like a background, you kind of want it to come out of there as well, right? So really what you're looking for is like, if I clicked and I didn't land on a checkbox. Sorry, yeah, if I clicked and I didn't land on a text box, that's what I meant to say. Text box, then you want to set it to none. So where's the sort of mouse? So it's all to do with that focus stuff, right? Focus state. If I clicked at all, okay, so we'll set, you know, initialized this frame. So TB initialize this frame equal false. Then you'll initialize this in the text box. So here's where you initialize it, this frame, this code right about here. is frame equal true. So at the end of in the frame end, what you want to do is you want to say, hey, if, so we get the TB, get the text box state, if the text box, wait a minute, if OS virtual mouse button has been pressed, and we're talking about the OS mouse damn it. Mouse buttons left. So if you've pressed that one and it's not been initialized, initialize this frame, then we want to then go ahead and clear out that hash. UI ID hash none. Now we kind of don't really need that in the yeah, that's good. Your function names are getting out of hand. Fantastic. Yeah, those ones are a bit long, but it's fine. It could have been longer though, don't you worry. It could have been yeah. That could have been virtual, that could have been virtual key code. But yeah, it's descriptive, man. There's no confusion. Blue means hovered still. We kind of also want to do the same thing for keyboard focus, I reckon. If something is keyboard focused, GUI.keyboard. So remove the keyboard focus part of it as well, I reckon. Flac source code is the worst, to be honest. Yeah, I remember you showing me that actually. Yeah, that was insane. Well, was it you or someone else? Yeah, in Discord, it was nuts. It was so long. There's been a punch card. I don't know how big a punch card is. Is that bad? If next. Damn it. Yep. So if the next is equal to some, if it's always equal to something, we need to just change the way this thing works. Next. UI ID hash none. So you set them to none, and you only really want to set these if they have something. Hey, if this thing has changed, set this. So we can check the logic a bit better. Which means that can go in there, that can go in there. Yeah, I think that's good. And then so what we're saying is if you've made something keyboard focused, or if you if you haven't made it keyboard focused, and you've pressed the left mouse button down, make sure that you remove the current keyboard focused item. So click here, click off. Damn it, still didn't work. Work for the text. Because it might still be, it should be mouse focused. Let's see if it does. It actually works. No. Yeah, I think I remember when YouTube first started in the live chat, they used to destroy my laptop. The fans would heat up and everything. Like, just having the chat window open, so you used to just close the chat window. Yeah. Yeah, switch over to maybe if you sign in with IRC and then just stream it into some player, I think would be the best bet. What? What? I'll delete that. All my days. Did it not work because of that? Oh, okay, maybe. Let's put the S back. Wow. That's really bad. The mouse click is still firing. So mouse click should always be overwritten, no matter what. Keyboard only if you've requested to change it. Same with the gamepad one, I think. Let's try that. Right, that works now. Good. Yep. So now you can have stuff focused and then become unfocused. Pretty sweet. So what about text cursor when you sort of hover over it, you know? You could just scan over the characters until you reach that. Although it requires changing for when you do different text rendering, I think. I don't know. I think I'm happy with this, really. I can do it, but I just can't be bothered. I don't think I really need it. Just probably be editing a couple of... Yeah. You install YouTube DL, then do MPV. Nice. Yeah, it's a really good program, YouTube DL, isn't it? Right, so we can move on from this text box thing. Nailed it. So should we try and do like a little progress bar and a slider? Let's find the widgets we need to do. Right, so we want to do, we've done text edit now. We need a UI slider and a UI progress bar. Progress bars are always handy for just displaying information or debugging. We need, yeah, so we need that, we need image, we need slider, we need lists and scroll areas. That's basically it, I think. Combo box, I don't know about combo box. The combo boxes are like, they're not really like great because oftentimes you basically just want a list. No, a combo box is good for like when you're trying to make it compact, I reckon, but most of the times you don't want a simple compact list. Usually you want to pop up like a box and have something that's more complicated. That's searchable, maybe multi-select. Yeah, also combo box is like a little bit more work to sort of add. Kinda. But yeah. It's okay, a combo box. It's probably a lot easier with the system we've got, but yeah, I just don't think we need one. Probably just do a list of things. Select it that way. If we feel like we need one, we'll put one in. Right, progress bar. Should be pretty easy to whip one of these in. So for a progress bar, what do you want to know? Probably just if visible, I guess. So you don't really care about the return, really ever. So we'll just do the default, which is visible. So progress bar. So we'll want the rectangle. We would also want you probably want start and value. Maybe value start end. So where's the value? We'll keep it in floating point maybe. Should do. Like, so you might want like integers. So I'm thinking whether you want it to be like a slider in a way where you have multiple different types that can come in. You could also have maybe like a step size instead. Where you can round it to the nearest multiple of that step. So then it could just be floating point. I doubt you really want a massive number. So I think floating point is probably doable. So you could probably have a step amount as well, I reckon. Right, so let's get this all done correctly. So ID would just be line here. Cool. Right, so let's take this into the internals and go go ham. So you probably just want to draw a box, and then inside the box, you just want to draw. Probably just take this. So we'll start with a box. Oh, we need a style. Of course we need a style. That's a lot of parameters. Not my happiest design, but I think that shall do. Right, so that's 6 parameters. I think that's fine then. You don't really need an ID, because it's not really hovered anyway. Is that right? Yes, that is true. You actually don't need an ID at all. So we should be able to get away with like a -1 in there just for safety, I think. And then it's only 6 parameters. Right, 6 is kind of my absolute max, but I tend to like around 5 usually. So that should be fine. We should be able to pass in like -1. Right, so make ourselves a nice box, and then inside the box goes the actual little bar thing inside, right? So the way you calculate this, okay, let's make this thing actually happen. So cut a rectangle, call it B. Value of let's say 50. Let's say 0. All right, let's do 60. We'll do 10 as a start. We'll do 110 for the end. Then we'll do a step size of 1. And then we pass in the classic box style that we've got for everything else right now. Okay, so that'll be our nice little test. So we literally just ran this now, it probably won't work. Okay, it's fine. Let's just do all the little calculations we need. So we just really want to render like a little axis line box. So that's all we're doing. We need the draw. No. Our draw rectangle is going to be the rectangle that was passed in here, because this one will be modified to be what is the inside of the box that we've just placed down. So that will mean it's correctly aligned and should be padded correctly, right? So we should be able to use that whole box, and now we've just got a sort of position within that box given this start and end and value and step. So start is obviously on the far left, end is on the far right. So we need to have some form of size. Is probably a good place to start. What is the sort of range, or what is the size of this value? So it's end, take, start. Then now we just need to find a way to offset that, and also probably scale it down as well into these dimensions, into the box of dimensions. So I think we need like a ratio to convert from this sort of progress bar space to screen space, right? So I want to say like, let's call it a ratio, I guess. So we'll say draw rec dot max dot x take away draw rec dot min dot x, and then we want to go towards that from this size here. So we do the divide there. We call it range, really. Okay. What do I need step for? So the reason is because we've got I want to avoid having different typed inputs, and I think I should be able to get away with just float. So what step will allow me to do is basically round up value to the nearest multiple of step, and then we can make it so the progress bar is not smooth and can be fixed to a certain place basically. But maybe it's not needed actually. Maybe the user just does that. We do have functions for that. Yeah, maybe step doesn't need to exist. But step might need to exist for sliders. But yeah, not for progress bars maybe. We'll see. So that'll get you your way to convert from value to, or kinda. So we know the size of the box. So probably just call it like width. Width is going to be equal to this sort of like hmm. Yeah, so you need the width, and that'll just be, so the size of this thing in pixels is probably just going to be width, and then whatever this sort of like draw rec height is. We'll say so this has got to be like a half size. Maybe I can call it the half dims, I guess. We'll just do this instead. Right, so I think if we get this sort of half dims, because we need this to offset offset this basically, because this is the final parameter is the center position of the draw command, and we've got only one shape, so it's the center position of the AABB, right? This will be in local space. So I need the half dims. So what we want is probably add f32 times 2 from drawRec dot. That's not drawRec dot min. This is what we'll work out is some form of like offset from that. So we'll do that in just 1 second. Half dims. Okay. So we've got to work out some form of offset as well. Yeah, I think we should remove step. Step's not a decent idea. So let's just get rid of that one. Should exist for the other thing. Okay. So we need to work out an offset. So the offset is between value and start basically. Right, so you want to first of all say value equal clamp f32 of value start end. So we don't get any funny business going on with this drawing. Then what you need to do is you need to work out your sort of offset between from the start. So so we could probably call it the we probably want to call it the bottom left, I guess, right? So the bottom left would just be equal to one of these guys. It would be this thing here. Dot x plus value take start times by the ratio, right? Because this ratio converts you from progress bar value space to pixel space, right? So that should be right. And then we paste in that and just do dot y. I think that should be good enough. Yeah, there's obviously coloring. We need a new style. So the new style should be. Oh, poor boy. So there's like a radius. Do you get like a radius? Should probably do a radius as well. Like, how blocky do you want this to look? Like if the edges, it should probably be what the style. We never get. Yeah, style states. We could probably just do widget state none, and we want to have the radius for that one. Yeah, just inherit that sort of radius there. Now the color. That's where the fun begins. So the color is going to be progress bar color. Now the thing is about the color. For now, we're just going to make it a single color, but in the future, this could be something you want to be more interactive, right? As it increases, it changes to another color, or something like this. We don't know if we want that yet, but that's just something that's open for more options in the future. So let's go ahead and quickly chuck this. Progress bar color was do another. Should we do another orange? I guess. All right, see how this looks. All right, so there's our progress bar. Maybe we should make it purple. I'm not gonna lie. What's that purple? All right, so clearly something's a little bit off with that. It's clearly off the screen, so that's not good. So I think we need to do some form of takeaway range or something. So what we said is hey, we're at 50. Our value's at 50. Starts at 10, ends at 110. So I think the way we did our offset was a little bit wrong. So this offset here is. Wait, do we want an offset? We don't. Yeah, we don't really want an offset. What we want is to know, like, it's just the range, isn't it? That's all you really want to convert. Is that right? I think so. Right, so it's kind of looking okay, but way too big right now. So the half dimensions is obviously a little bit too big for the. Um. Right. I meant to use value, isn't it? It's value times ratio. That's it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Yeah, it's value times ratio, isn't it? So I could have done value divided by end, mate. I'm not sure. Maybe that's good enough. Yeah, I think the maths could have been a little bit more optimized, but it's good enough. So there's that. I think it's a little bit off. Is value take start? Value takes start because we intentionally did 10 is the start, 60 is the value, and 110. So it's meant to be dead in the middle. There you go, it's dead in the middle now, it's better. Cool. So we could just play around with that quickly. We can dump it at 100. Just 100, should be 10 off. Whoops, that's the min. Right, it's 10 off, apparently. Let's dump it at 0. Let's dump it at 1. It should be 1 pixel, or a few pixels, or whatever. This is a little weird. Yeah, the way it's in the min is a little weird. Sorry, this should be... Let's do 11. Yeah, some funny business going on here. Value min max, perfect. Right. Should not be rounded in my opinion, purple that is. Yeah. I think it could be the roundness that's contributing to the problem. So perhaps we could remove it, see what happens. Yeah, it's just a stylistic thing really. But still, you should have been padded in. It's padding. Right, it's because we've got the radius on it. That's the reason why it's so crunched up. Yeah. Progress bars shouldn't really be rounded, should they? At all. But yeah, I think we just want to make it stylable though. But yeah, to make it a little bit more obvious. Yeah, so I think there's something up with my rendering though. I think this is fine. I think the logic is fine. I think it's something to do with the rendering. So the problem is to do with so the ABB comes with a built-in thing. Takes the max of half size and radius. That's the problem, is it also automatically makes it as big as the radius. That's the issue. That's the problem. Not necessarily, Sammy. The padding is there as part of the style of the widget. Currently it's just the same style for everything. It's a progress bar, I know. Like they can have padding, it just depends on how you want to style it. So you got the half size, you also got this thing called radius, and the radius gets taken away from the final distance at the end. So to make sure it is as big as radius. Half size sub. Why do we take it away? Why do we take it away twice? Shouldn't we be adding? Oh boy. The whole point is you needed to add. I was gonna say. I'm confused. Why is that not an add? Made everything way bigger than it needs to be. Fair enough. Is it a sub then? So when you do sort of rounded corners in sign distant fields, you typically just take away that which makes it grow. This is why we subtracted it. Right. So what we want to say is if the half size it ends up just being less than radius anyway, if radius less than f32 times 2 ain't gonna work, is it? Right, we'll just do it manually. If that half size dot x if you want to put distance on the stack regardless. By doing a max, I think it's not helping out. Yeah, the problem is the max. We've got to make it so we're not clamping things. Part of the issue. So if you make the box negative for some reason, right, that's worked, I think. Yeah, that's how it should be, I think. Let's see. Let's make it 0. Right, that was 1 pixel. Let's make it 0. Right, so there's 0. You kind of shouldn't have anything shown up there. It's kind of good enough. If we did 9, oh, I would clamp it though. Okay, so we did 110. There is always the end there. Good. Right, I think that's just the progress bar sorted out. Why is it stuff printing? Just realized we're still not done. Yep, we had someone saying yes when we cleared the keyboard focused. Alright, it's looking good. So there's our little progress bar done. So we've got checkboxes done today and a progress bar. So the next one we want to add is a slider. So sliders are dead useful. Sliders allow us to change a value with a mouse. That's another thing we could want is a text field which is specifically designed for punching in numbers, right? Like, maybe we need an input. Maybe we need input for, yeah. Yeah, we should probably add. That's a good point. Let's get a label in there. That's a good suggestion. But then again, it entirely depends on the style. You might not want to do that. But I think for now, it's definitely a good idea because otherwise you've got to manually do it. But yeah, sometimes you might just want it on the left-hand side or something. But yeah, let's just put it on. So you might want to center align it. So we've got a lovely, lovely thing called UI rec align. So the outer rectangle is draw rec. Then you pass in some of the dimensions. Right, here's one I made earlier. So this one is to do with if we have some text and it's being aligned in the center of this widget here, we have center aligned it. So let's do the same thing here. What is the string? Let's call it buff. So basically it's going to be like 4 characters at most, so you need 5. So let's just do 8, right? It's a nice round number. And we'll just say snprintf buff. Wait, sorry. Percent u. Yeah, do we want like a percentage, or do we want like the value you've passed in? Do you want to see the value or a percentage? Yeah, I think you might. Yeah, I think you might want a percentage. Let's just do percentage for now. So it would just be like that percent. I think that works fine. Yeah, once there's a health bar, that's a good question. Yeah, sometimes you want to show like the value compared to the end value. Yeah, I think we'll do that. That one's way better. Yeah, let's do value slash value. Yeah. So the thing is, you don't know the formatting. It's part of the issue. So you'd need to pass in like, basically, right? Because you might want to do like, you might want it to be represented as a something with no no trailing. There's a percent dot 0f. Is that a thing? So you have, it basically looks like an integer, but it's a float. Let's try that out. So we might allow you to do a full-on slash like that. Yeah, that'd be cool. And maybe we'll do a default format or something. So anyway, you say format. So buff, size of buff. Format, you pass in the two things, right? So it'd be value and end. Yeah, I could do int value, but what happens if you want it as a floating point, right? Yeah. So they should hook it into the... Yeah, it gives you more control. It's given out to the user, isn't it? That's the question. Yeah, see, the benefit of being... The user can choose exactly how they want to render that specific bar. Yeah, it's probably better that way, isn't it? This way's too rigid. Boom. Yeah, you definitely want it different for each use case. It's probably good at doing it. Right, progress bar completo. So the next one is sliders. Yeah, then we're thinking about the input boxes, isn't it, for text? Should we do those? We should write... Maybe we'll save those for a next time, I reckon. UI input U32, S32, F32. So input boxes to modify values of things, and maybe you can have slash times 2, slash times 3, slash times 4. Maybe you can have vectors of things as well. That would probably be quite good, and maybe you can have a color in the future, but that will probably be ideal. So the other thing is the slider. So the slider, you kind of need a few different versions of it. So a slider is something you interact with. So we'll need an ID. Yep. But you should be able to do... Yeah, it is combinatorial, isn't it? Gonna be good. How to add more lines to the code base. Slider ID. So again, you want a value. This time it's mutable. Right, the user passes it and it changes. You have a start and end, so you can clamp it. And then you have a start and end, so you can clamp it. And you have a style that comes in. Right. Now, what you kind of want to have is this is kind of probably internal, but whatever. This will be known as UI slider type. It's just easier if you do these and provide convenience functions because you can share the logic basically. So we have U32, S32, F32. That'll be good enough for now. Master Agent, how you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. How you been? How you been? Okay. So this will be the version which you probably don't use. Typeless. And then you want to define different versions. Now, so you probably want to have a U32 one. No, this one's where the mutable one is. Good. S32. Do you need orientation for vertical progress bars? Probably not. I don't know when you ever need a vertical progress bar unless you're doing stuff like toolbars down here or something. Even these guys done it this way, like Windows has them vertical, doesn't it? Yeah, so that ought to be good enough. Then we need a way to make it automatic. Defined. So value, sorry, automatic IDs, start, end, style. Games use them all the time. It depends. I need to program what I need, right? Much work lately, jumping between projects each week now. At work, wow. I assigned to 3 projects currently. That's insane. 3 a week. That's a lot to juggle. Poor boy. Just having a little bath. But what, 2 days ago, one of the project managers that was higher up at the company wanted me to fully focus on a particular project as most important client. Nice. Yeah, it's a good idea to keep people on a specific project. I guess, do you guys not have like enough staff to sort of handle the 3, have people stick to a project or something? Yeah, poor baby. Poor baby. Slider. Right, duplicate these guys and then say so I'm worried about the implicit cast. Should be fine actually. Right, very nice. So let's get these boys in and let's go ham. Full ham. So this one is a little weird, right? Right, we'll get to that in a minute. Wait, I just rushed that. We want to know if the thing has changed. Right, when you let go, released. When you've released, so we'll do another enum for documentation purposes. It's not when you press it. It's not when you slide it either. Wait, no. You want to know when it's changed, actually. Released. Like, commonly you probably want to know when it's changed. Like, you can get the release status if you want. They're commonly changed. I'm just going to change that. Okay, so to keep it simple, you just return calling the typeless one, right? Rectangle, value, address of start, address of end, right? It's just void casted, no biggie. And then the type is UI slider type. E32, pass in the style, and kabam. Then the rest just work in a very similar fashion. F32, S32, and boom. So now this is where the fun begins. I just know too much of our code base. They basically need me on all 3 projects. Fair play. Fair play. Need to train some folks. Train some folks. Right, so the slider, you basically want a thin box with like the the slider bar, and then you want like a little circle that you're sort of dragging. Basically, you can make it like a different shape, like another box, but I think we'll go with a circle. Now, so the way this needs to work then, as well. So I think I should draw it. It's a bit easier. Configure that one, please. Whoa. So you got yourself your, whoops. You want like a little bar, and then you want like a little circle. Then you want a bigger circle thing that you can drag around, right? Now this circle thing, whoops, went a little bit too far there. There we go. So you drag this circle thing, right? So if you click here, this thing is going to teleport there, right? So you need that sort of stuff. The way I want to do it basically is there's just going to be a box, one control, one widget. It's just a box. And this is all just custom drawing, and it'll make it far easier. You could try and be some sort of over-engineer smarty pants that sort of like goes, oh, this is a separate widget, this is a separate widget, and it just creates so many problems. So the quick and easiest way to do it is just make it one big widget. The handle, I guess that's why I'm saying it. Might have time to pick up my own side projects again, but I suspect that is wishful thinking. My dream of a homemade ARMv7 OS will never be completed. I am starting to feel. No. That's pretty cool though. What ARMv7 board are you targeting specifically? So we do a widget from the barest of bones. So let's go. So if the thing is visible, it's returning false, right? It's not changed. Where have we done change before? Let's go and grab the code for that. Has changed. Oh, the text box. We just saying if the value is different, so it's just a boolean. So if it's visible boolean, equals false, and we'll get to the interesting bit. We set that in just a bit. So let's just draw the box. How does one do this, right? Oh boy. Oh, poor baby boy. He's just had a bath by the sounds of it. He's probably in a bit of a mood. I might have to pick up my. Oh wait. Cortex M7. What's that thing? Yeah, that's the processor though. So you're going to target this one. Have you got like a dev board that you can sort of use? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it does feel. It probably does feel a bit weird, right? Because he's just, the babies used to being wet. They've been in the womb. But yeah, definitely when they're feeling like warm water, then they're getting soap on them and rubbed, and Yeah, then they come out and they're cold again. Tennessee or TC, C 4.1. Nice little mini board. Look at that. Oh, nice and cheap. Well, how do you find these things? I was looking around for a mini board a while ago and I couldn't find them. It's Arduino, is it? Oh, I can do Arduino. Nice. Not sure. But you're gonna do like a bare metal OS on it. That'd be cool. There's a floating point unit. We're going somewhere, boys. It's got cash. Good. Um, Sweet. Got branch prediction. Yeah, this is cool. That is sweet. Sounds like a cool project. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll ever tackle an OS project in my life. It would be cool if we could, but so many other things I would want to do instead. Wait, why was I going to switch? Because I was thinking about doing the this one. My mind was, my things were ahead of where I was. Right, so on this 3 at S's ought to be good enough. Pumping a switch on the type. Right, so we'll definitely need this. I'm just typing out, you know. Let my brain figure out the rest in a bit. So we want to draw like a box. We want to draw a box, but the drawing rectangle isn't. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so part of the styling is we probably need like a height of how big you want this thing to be. So we'll call it like a slider bar height. So that's something we'll need. So effectively what we want to be able to do is draw that bar. So we have a way of like center vertically this guy, right? So what we're going to do is make a new rectangle. So we probably just want to draw a rec, right? So we say UI rectangle, and this will be known as the bar rec, and that is GUI.drawRec. Now, we need to make sure this thing is center aligned. So bar rec for a given height. What's the sort of height we're looking at? It's not the text height. We're looking at instead the slider bar height. So that center aligns it, and then we draw it. Center the bar vertically. Fantastic. So that'll draw the little bar. Then the next thing you want to do is draw the little circle thing. Hey Zardus, welcome. How you doing? Hello, super powerful microprocessor. Cool. So I guess we can start off with that. Oh no, we can't because we're not really using these. Let's just type it all out. Let's do it. The next thing to do is draw that little circle thing. So this is another thing where you kind of need like the we could call it handle, Samuel was suggesting, or we could call it a grip. Slider grip. Good name. So the grip part needs to probably be center aligned as well. But you want it to be right. So how big is the grip? Get rid of that. Okay, now the grip that you're rendering is probably just wants to be called a grip radius. Because it would just be a little, like it could be rectangular, but also a circle is quite nice. Let's just call it a radius. We can obviously change our minds, it's not a big deal. So, with a grip radius, we can then draw a. See, that's doing a box draw. That's doing something that's a little bit more intensive, I reckon. Like, it's gonna be like. It's gonna have a border, right? But it's only gonna be small, so I don't think it really needs a border. We'll take this. We'll probably just do like a solid color of something. Then we want to have like a color. So we probably want to go down the whole shebang of probably background color and foreground color, to be honest. That might be a good idea, I reckon. So we can do background color. Do you want like a radius on this thing? Probably not. No, you might want a radius. Yeah, we'll keep the radius. What is this dims thing? Right, half dims of bar rec, and then center of bar rec. Address of, please. Right, so draw your nice little bar. Now you want to have the little grip thing drawn on there. We still need to work out its position. This one's currently taking up the whole size of the currently taking up the whole size of the space, which is not good, is it? So we need to work out that, right? So if we do a circle, our radius is literally this thing. Now it's got to work out how do we get it to the right place along the x-axis and y-axis. Do I know a game called Gothic 2? I've heard about it. That's how it's called by QT. I guess. Fair play. 2 seconds. Let's go do something. I'll be right back. Right, welcome back everyone, how we doing? Sorry, I just had to go and help out with the baby. He's quite upset. Needed calming down. So we gave him some Calpol and had to run him around the front room for a bit. But he's all good now, he's fast asleep. He's now super fast asleep. Whoops. Right, so let's get this thing finished off. So we need to, so we're doing a slider, right? So we're doing a slider. We've got the bar rendering, or at least we hope we have. We've got this little circle grip thing. So what we're trying to do is center it, or get it in the correct sort of place. So what we need to do to know how to center it vertically, but horizontally, we need that offset in pixels. So this is where this guy comes in, right? So we say basically what you want to work out is probably some offset in pixels in screen space or something. So you could probably call this the draw rec. Right, let's call it draw rec. Something like that will do. Alright, we'll leave that like that. So the plan is, right, what we need to do is effectively work out the range and then some form of like offset from the left. So we'll have like the offset in probably pixels. Well, maybe on a floating point. Probably pixels. Offset X. So how you're going to work that out is you effectively just want to get, so for U32, we just do dref, U32 pointer of start, take away the end, or the end take away start, that will get you the range, like we had before, right? In the progress bar, remember? So then you want to get your ratio, like that. So your ratio is like, how much does this fit into that? We'll make it floating point. And then what you can do is you need to convert that from this sort of space into pixel space. So you just need to multiply this, take that basically, and that'll be your offset. Offset X equal this, right? Dref value mute. Okay, something like that. Into an integer, right? Then you convert that back into an integer again. Cool. So you need to do that same thing here for the signed. And then for the float. How does it turn it into an integer again? Oh, sorry. Right. Cool. Right, so this gets you your offset, which is fine. So with the offset now set, bear in mind you should really clamp your value, right? We haven't clamped the value yet. So we should probably do a few things. We'll rename these to like pointer or something, so we can get the name start and end back ourselves. So what we'll do is actually just read these in. Then we probably want to this could just be pre-calculated. Draw rectangle width. That's a float 32 anyway. Then we also want to read the value out. Value. Right. Then you want to make sure the value is equal to the clamp of start and end. Very good. And then that should be it basically. Times ratio, cast it back to U32. Fantastic. So we'll take this and do the cleaned up version for these guys. So U32s get S32 instead. Then U32 gets F32 instead. Very good. Two seconds, I can just hear the baby again. Be right back. Right, welcome back everybody. Right, so the baby's fine again now. Yeah, he woke up and a bit startled, but we managed to get him to feed. So he should be good now. Poor boy, he's got a bit of a cold, you see. Right, so we're getting this offset x now based on the value we've read in through this guy. So we obviously need to handle if you press down on the key or press down on the bar, we need to set the value again, but we don't worry about that just yet. Let's get the initial thing working and we'll add that in. So all we need to do now is draw the grip, right? So we know how to center it. Very easy. We just need plus so that's the center. That's the y coordinate. Now plus the half height of the box that we've got basically. So the bottom plus the half height. So now we simply just need to offset by the x. I think that's it. This bar height might need to be, the bar width might have to be shrunk by the grip radius, I think. Because you want the grip, so you want this grip to be able to go and stop here on the end, right? So because of that, this bar width actually needs to be shrunk along the x by the slider radius. So what we're trying to say is bar rec dot wait, what am I doing? This ain't right. UI rectangle shrink. See, that shrinks. Oh, we got a shrink thickness. Beautiful. So we should be able to say address of bar rec. I would say UI thickness. I think that's the thing. That's the thing. So we've got left, bottom, right, top. So the left is that, the bottom is that, right, top. Amazing. So we're saying shrink by this much, please. Beautiful. I think that should be good. Should we take that for a spin? I do have to add one of these quickly. So we need to say, right, I want to do a slider of F32, please. I got this value here which I want to change, and this value is going to start off at probably 50. Oh, let's do the whole 60 thing again, right? 60, we'll say, oh, let's address the value. We'll say the start is 10 and 110. What else is there? I think that's it. Rightio, it's all punched in. Let's see how it goes. Right, so we've got a crash. Widget end wasn't called. So we need to call widget end. We missed that one. So if it's visible, we need to make sure we call widget end at the end. UI widget end. Okay. Sweet, so there's our bar. It's bloody thin because guess what? We haven't actually defined it. So we need to define the styling here. So it's slider bar height. Let's say it's 4 pixels. See, we have a bit of an issue where things are 0. They still render at like 1 pixel thickness. Yes, that's because of the anti-aliasing, I think. So I think we've got kind of a little bit of a problem there, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's kind of a non-issue because we probably never render stuff that small anyway. But we'll see. We'll see when it actually becomes a problem. So bar height is that much, and the grip radius is going to be that much as well, which makes it twice the size. Right, so there it is there. I'm not So I'm thinking it needs to be probably more like 8, or maybe even 16. Just sort of go with this for a minute. But there it is there. Sweet. So there's our little bar. There's our circle. Now, this doesn't look like a good position for me, because what I see what do I see? So offset is that much. Where's the value from the start? That makes good sense to me. So you've offset from... Let's look at the inputs again. So 10 is the min, 110, then 60. Okay, so I think the issue is... No, it should be dead in the middle. Right, so that's a bit weird. So why is it not dead in the middle? There's clearly an error somewhere. Are we modifying drawRect anywhere specifically that we've copied? Nope. Looks pretty sensible to me. Yeah, it's all looking good. The bar is looking good, I reckon. We did shrink it by the radius of that, which makes sense. It's a little bit off there. That's looking good. That bar's fine. Right. Oh, it's an offset. So what it's meant to be is drawRec.min.x plus the offset. Boom. There you go, center of the screen. Or the thing that's what we want, right? Cool. So this is a good place to be at, but we still got to do, like, you know, the fact if you've hovered on it, clicked on it, and all that stuff. So let's first of all get the styling right. It's using the background color. This should be using the foreground color, right? Foreground color. You know, so you're gonna have like borders. Like, do you want like a border around the little grip thing? Possibly. So maybe call that border, maybe do border on that one. So I reckon with this, I reckon what we want to do is have a border color. Bear in mind this should be bordered. You have a border width. So inner color, border color. Maybe it should just be BG. And then the state or the style border thickness. Okay, so I think it's gonna be a little bit too big to be fair, but oh no, it's fine. That's good. So there it is there now. It's got a nice little thing to it. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe this should be foreground. I don't know. Background's fine. Right, so now let's get the whole sort of clicking thing actually working, right? So if they click on this, how's it going to react, right? Or that sort of thing. So the biggest thing is we need to give it a little special state where it sort of brings this all to life. So it needs to be focusable. It needs to be probably pressable. But you're going to be able to press and hold it. So let's just test that out. You hover over it, you see it changes the whole bar. You can press and hold it. Now the problem is you can press and change the whole bar, and that's not a good. So what we're going to do is just make sure that this color here that we're rendering on purely just takes the correct background color. So the radius, yep. So this would just be purely on UI widget state none, right? So that's just for the little background thing. And voila. So now when you hover over it, you only get this thing highlighting. Right now, when you click on it, it does start to react, which is fine, because we're going to be moving it anyway. So it should be fine. Not a big deal. I think it's cool. So now what we have to do is add the clicking logic. So the clicking logic is all about saying if UI focus state, if you are pressed or held, that's the one I want. If the focus state is held, this is where you can start manipulating the value. So then all we have to do is take all of this, right? And then drop it in here. And now we can start manipulating the values. So what we need is the mouse cursor position, and we need to know where that is within the box, where that is within the box, and then translate that back into the value range, right? So we need a sort of reverse ratio thing. So you're going from this way to that way. So this number to that, you know, from pixels to this, and we need a mouse offset from the left-hand side, basically, right? Yeah, let's call it that. Okay. So we need to get this mouse position. So we kind of want it as probably an F30. Okay, S32 times 2. This would be mouse position. So we can say operating system virtual mouse position, and we've got that guy now. So the next thing we would like to do is work out. See, we just need the x coordinate. So might as well make it a float. Start and so we don't need to clamp the value yet. So we need to produce a value, then we'll clamp it. So the way we're going to produce the value is probably going to be given the shoot. Probably clamp it with a float, to be honest. And cast it to U32. Right, so given the mouse X position, how far away is that from the start? So draw rectangle.min.x. Then clamp it in between the start and the end value. Wait, sorry. We're meant to multiply that by the ratio. And then probably add start to it. And then clamp it between start and end. Then that is the value you set back out. So then you say dref of casted value mute equal to value. And that's it. So that should be all that we need, I reckon. Let's just give it a nice just add these guys in, right? So that'd be S. This would be F. Pretty good. So now if we compile that, we should have the mouse support in. Fingers crossed. Right, so we go over here, click, and it moves. Look at that. It's right, it's following this guy. It's interesting to see the latency I've got, actually. I've not seen it yet. That's the latency we have. We can maybe try and make that better. I'm not sure how though. So yeah, it goes a little bit too far, as you can tell. That's not good, is it? So we should probably start printing out the value and seeing what it is. So if you remember the value, its min is 10 and max is 110, and it starts off in the middle at 60. So we try that out. So it's a 60 now, that's great. Let's put it all the way down here. It's not good. So what we're not accounting for is the bar width. It should be bar width instead. So we need to take note of. Yeah, so this should be up here. Then what we need is something called the bar width. Yeah, so that's what we're going to work with. And that would be bar rectangle. And that. So work with that one instead. Right, so now we move this. Still doesn't work. Has to go all the way over there for some reason. So reading the value is probably fine. It's where to, oh yeah, there's two things. The positioning of the grip is now wrong. It's actually bar rect min plus that bar rect. No, okay, it's fine, that's fine. Just on the x coordinate. Then when you're doing this here, it should be bar rect.x. And that should be the fix. So now I should be able to drag this. So it stops at the end. This is perfect where it stops, right? Can you see how this ends right where this one is? Right, that's perfect. Now the problem is probably the drawing of like, I don't know, it shouldn't really go, it should maybe go a little bit further. I should probably debug draw the bounding boxes, right? So we can see how it actually looks in the UI. Let's go to the shared. So let's debug draw the outlines for the UI. Hey Sully, how's it going? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's just the way that we've got a radius on it that's the problem. The radius is too high. So it just makes it... It's fine that it looks cool. How you been, Sully? Yeah, making progress today, surprisingly. But how you been? What else is the problem? See this when we come off? I don't ever like that. When you're dragging a slider, if you come out of the box, it should stay with you, right? So what you want to do with that one, so it's like the mouse focus changed, but you should still be keyboard focused. Right? So what you should, the way you should write it out as, I don't know actually how we could do it. Got to think about it. So we're saying, hey, if it's held, right? But really what we should be saying is, if the mouse button is down and I'm keyboard focused. So you should be saying if right. So we pre-calculate the ID hash. It's pretty quick. It's just one FNV hash away. Then what we want to do is say GUI.keyboard focused hash. So if that's equal to this, and the virtual mouse, OS virtual mouse button is pressed, bit set for the left mouse, right? So that is held down, and the keyboard, and it has keyboard focus. Go full ham and change the value, right? So I'm doing anything out here, it's not happening. Changing there, moves all the way around here until I let go now. Would you look at that? That's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. See, I remember programming one of these ages ago, and it took me a while to do that. But I don't know, we did that in like... Well, we did that in under an hour. I did get distracted. I had to come away from the computer, right, to deal with baby. But, oh wait, what is that about? That's a bug. Right. You want to say is pressed and not has been pressed. Oh, it's a bit sketchy. Let's sort that out. So you say not. So if you've just pressed it, ignore it. We'll do it the next frame. So what we're saying is good. I can tap it, it still works. I can hold it down. I can click over there, I can go up, click there. Oh yeah. Awesome. Man, I'm happy with that. It's been good progress today. We've got like text boxes working with kind of advanced controls where I can delete words of things and that. Wait, is that a little bit wrong? That one's right. But what about, let's compare it to Google. No, it's exactly the same. Fair play. Delete key the way it works. We did a little progress bar, right? It's just basic progress bar, no biggie. Got a slider. It works for F32. There's a U32 one. Should we try that one out quick? Where is that one? Right, we'll do another one. We'll just do U32. Sweet. Let's go ham. So here's the U32 one. It should be... Right, we'll reduce the number of steps, right? So if we did... Let's say if we did it to 50... Wait. Yeah, 50 halfway is about 30, isn't it? Yeah, so you can see how it sort of jumps. It's not smooth. Should probably reduce that a little bit more. Let's say, let's go to 30 and do 15. Is that right? Sorry, 20. Yeah, you can see how it sort of jumps. Whereas this one is smooth. That obviously works. Kabam. So, right, what's the next thing we will be doing? So, let's go to the checklist. So we've done slider now. We want to do images, inputs, list, and scroll area. So we've got three done today. We've got text box, progress bar, and slider. So hopefully next stream we should be able to get these two done, images, and then input. So you should be able to have like a text box that only takes in numbers, right? Hey there, son of Viking, welcome, thank you for the raid. Welcome guys, how you doing? Appreciate the raid. How's things been? How did stream go? We've just been working on custom user interface for this game that we're working on. So we've got some radio buttons, we've got checkboxes, got them with text down here, just got buttons. Got some text with buttons in it. We've just worked on these sliders today, got some checkboxes. Obviously the theme is really placeholder right now, but you know, just got these in now. Pretty good. But yeah, how did the stream go? Yeah, so I reckon we can spend like 2 more streams doing like widgets. There might be one more stream after that to do with UI still. It's pretty decent. And then we'll have all the widgets we want. And then we could probably move on to either doing something to do with advanced text rendering on the GPU, which is not with SDFs, or which is not SDFs. Though we can try and read this paper basically and do this, or we can go straight onto the 3D R&D. So, you know, been pretty good. It's been pretty good. I think I'm at the evaluation part of writing my interpreter in Go book. Nice, cool. How's the engine coming along? Yeah, it's good. The engine's basically there. We've had to, so the operating system layer is done, GPU layer is done. We've been able to do some graphics and do this very flexible sign distance field renderer. It's all anti-aliased and looks lovely. We've done some UI now. We're just getting it ready so we can do some make some UI so we can have some debug menus and editor stuff, basically. So we're trying to just get ready to do some 3D R&D, and we're very close. I just wonder what else I want to do, you know? Is it IMGUI's text render? No, I made mine. It's a super flexible sign distance field renderer. We're going to see how crazy it is. Just see the level of bananas this thing is. So basically, it's all using compute shaders, right? Nothing but compute shaders. And get ready for it. I've just got so many if deft out stuff. So which one is it? This one. It's gonna blow your socks off. So right, a black screen. Just what I thought. There we go. So effectively, you can render, like, each one of these is a draw command, right? Each one of these is a draw command, and you can render, you can basically comprise shapes, a shape out of many different shapes, and perform sign distance field operations on them. So this is made of 2 circles and a box, and we do a smooth union. See, the smoothing is applying. This one's got some like really lovely, it's been colored in different, this one's been colored in via a gradient, this one's been colored in by a gradient based on the distance from the edge. So it's got this nice sort of effects going on there. And then we've got texturing support, we've got subtractions as well. You know, you can do the edges. So it's this very flexible renderer that we've written. And it's does this sort of chunk binning, tile binning to sort of make it optimized, and then it does this sort of like UI render here. So each pixel only iterates over the necessary draw commands for that pixel, basically. It's definitely slower than rendering with triangles, but it's given us a very flexible renderer. And we're able to do a big deal with it, to be honest. But yeah, it's pretty dope. How's the text rendered? It's the most basic thing you can ever do. The text is simply pre-rastered code page 437, and we just index into that and render it using our SDF renderer, basically. I am thinking about maybe doing rendering text purely on the GPU by just passing up the pathing information and seeing how well that is, because people do sign distance field text, but it has a ton of problems, and people do pre-rastered text on the CPU, which also has tons of, well, which has you know, you have to write yourself like an atlas caching system, and I think you can just avoid all of that headache and just upload the path information and pay a cost of just trying to evaluate that per pixel. So that's what we might try and do. Someone sent me a paper, because I've been talking about this idea a lot, and they sent me this paper and basically saying it's possible. So, well, okay, obviously it's possible, but you know, apparently there's a quick way of doing it. So we're just gonna probably look into this. I've read a text render before. One of the worst things could have possibly attempt to implement. Mine read the font using free type. Use my own algorithm to dynamically create a font atlas. Yeah, the font caching thing is a bit of a ball ache, especially if you're just new to programming or do some 2D graphics or whatever. It's more involved than you kind of would think. But yeah, I think it should be possible to just, you know, I'm happy on paying the cost of the cost of performance for flexibility, and I think also and simplicity. Because I reckon we can just make it up in other ways, or just have a more simple game, which is a simple. We'll just have less like insanely good graphics, right? Just have more simple graphics, and I think that's fine. So I reckon we should give this a go. Maybe I need to do some research into it, to be honest. And it might be a good thing to look into. Because I don't see many people doing this, and I see people just sort of, you know, copy what everyone else does basically, and just not thinking about it. Like thinking, can we do better, you know? Because you can like do all that 3D text stuff. You're just looking at the pathing information and checking if you're inside the bounds of the path. So, and you have super crisp text, you know? We was looking into CS2 with RenderDoc. They just render all the text to the CPU into texture, don't reuse characters, nice. Because so much texture right now, using chars is probably overkill. Yeah, that's the thing. They don't even reuse the characters? Nuts. See, the things with Counter-Strike or Valve came up with the SDF text paper that everyone basically swears down by and goes and does, right? And they don't even use it anymore, apparently, according to what you're saying. Yeah. Problem is I've got to try and understand maths now. Yeah, man, I'll give it a link. I want to retain mode, GUI framework, text rendering, and editing is what gives me the most headaches. Yeah, especially when you do like multi-line text editing. Prepare for the ball ache. But yeah, I got a jam because I got to get up for work tomorrow. I want to eat food, you know, put on some weight. Oh, Mike, why aren't you streaming programming, man? But next be on Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. GMT +1. We're going to do more widgets. More widgets. Hopefully get closer to completing all of the widgets. Of course we will. Why can't I just go to the software and whatever category? Why does it have to be rocket science for me to find this thing, which I stream on all the time, and the only time I come on here is just to look at this? Software. Zero Nico. Trying to write a rant on GitHub that he found in his. Oh, nice. Very cool. Would you subscribe to those sort of Git issues and just got something just like rage? Kind of complex to take on. Just make your own game, has nice text. Not really. Alright, we'll rate this guy Sully, right? Yeah, he's cool. I didn't realize he was streaming, to be honest. Is he streaming now? Yeah, it's not a ton of work. Trust. It's just a bit of maths, you know? The plural of maths. Multiple math. That's all it takes, you know? But yeah, have a good start to your week, everyone. Enjoy that good start on the Monday. See you in the future one. I don't know why it's popped up. Someone claimed that the software works for FreeBSD. It hasn't been broken for almost a year now. FreeBSD 10, Like, I submit multiple issues and shit has been broken over and over. Damn. Right. Yeah. In a bit, guys. Catch you later, and enjoy your rest of the week. Bye bye.